What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? Well, earlier bulls had calls bought out to like 85. Hmm. It's like about 80 now. 85 sold off. There's bot call support at 70, 75. It'll be hard to fail. The thinner gamma kind of filled in on the drop back to DF. Yeah, there's pretty good support here. Doesn't look like we can get out to 7,000 right now, but maybe like 69.95. Hmm. How did we even get up here? I don't know. Some news this morning or some shit. I kind of figured we'd get like a big move on the data and then just do nothing, which is kind of what we've done. Although we did move up a bit more than what was there in the the closing positioning. Oh, Germany's building a bunch of natural gas power plants. Trump can't fire JPOW. Why is that causing a rally? Because any news is bullish. It's fucking bullshit. TSM earnings weren't even impressive. It was like a moderate pace of growth. Why the fuck are they up 7%? Like some eggs. GM? Ooh, messy. Well, the first thing I would say about this is probably slightly illiquid. But I guess the next thing I would say would be like, you would expect a gamma curve, like a liquid one, right, to kind of be like this. So think about that. Think about where gamma has like fallen off. So probably a lot of leaps closing right now, and then like not a very liquid chain. Oh wait, you can't see that. Hold on. Give me one sec. All right, sorry. Yeah, and if you like look like given the big shifts in the curve, right? This is likely, you're seeing the points at which leap expiring calls are closing, and so it's kind of fucking all the gamma up. But yeah, there you go. Options chains get real weird around this time of year because most equity options are bought in the leap expiry, and so as they approach expiration, you get a lot of fucked up options chains. It's not necessarily bearish, but I mean, eroding support definitely doesn't help support upside price action. Just remember that a lot of that can reposition, which usually does happen. So usually post-leap expiration, which means basically after this weekend, everybody will reposition on those equities. Well, the interesting thing is a lot of the dispersion trade generally breaks down around end of Jan. A lot of that institutional interest repositions out on the next year's expiration, which means like the shorter dated volatility can dump. They're really not peaks forming below spot, which is kind of what I'm pointing out. You're focused on the wrong side of the picture. Look at the negative space, not the positive space. The top of the range for SPX today. Precisely like 90, 95. No problem. Is it Lonza you were looking at? You know that carbon air capture is net polluter, right? Whatever products you make. I don't care about the environmental impact. I care about making money. Are you investing based on ethics now? Because if we're going to do that, we need to just stop. We need to stop putting money in the markets entirely. No problem, man. Oh, okay. I don't see the market viability. There are better carbon sources. The greenwashing is their whole marketing thing, so if they can't deliver on that, it's dead in the water. They just need to deliver jet fuel. Yeah, Lanza's weird. I know you're trying to get me to argue about it, so I'll give you my thesis. But which is cute. I like that approach. And it looks like you've found your tidbit, so you're welcome. Did you sell your end of month puts yesterday? Yeah. But I didn't sell it on the first or second bounce of gamma neutral on the monthly. I sold it on the fourth. I was confused as to where you saw viability. I mean, I don't. That's what technically. That's why I haven't written it up, despite everyone nagging me about it. Because I haven't bought it yet. And little did you guys know, I actually don't write up Pickles picks until I've either bought them or am going to buy them. There's things I'm waiting on. And one of them was additional equity tranches in LonzaJet. Was TSMC earnings good? I mean, not really. Will you just DM me when it's time to short Carvana? Wait, did it test 480 yet? 475. Probably getting there. Mm, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Yeah, I like this. You could confirm under 50 if you wanted. But decent setup. $60 still moved up. 90's coming down. Yeah, downside's getting bid up. Vol's spiking down around like 400 again, so they don't have earnings for a little while. Mid-Feb. Yeah, I would say it could probably pull back down again. I think payment in kind's already in effect. Bull's losing it? Not really. There's still bot calls at 70, 75, and 80. Getting some puts bought back at 70, 75. Looks like the 85 calls selling off pretty hard on the upside test. Looks like they just took profits. Carvana options are so expensive because it rallies or drops like $50 every other week. Hey, Jen. What rocketed the market overnight? Trump said he's not going to fire J-Pow, which he can't do. Freaking taco trade. Not gonna lie, it's pretty fucking dumb. The market goes up on J-Pow firing news, and then goes up twice as much as unfiring. Yeah, basically. We also didn't get the tariff decision yesterday. So there was a bunch of vol to short. Yeah, yeah. That's what I wrote up last night. We're gonna like move and then just get stuck. Which is pretty much what's happened. Mm. Fall's picking up a bit because Trump's going live with Mikado. Ooh, should we watch that? Oh, popcorn. Payment in kinds wound off for the most part, with cash interest being paid on the 28 and 30 senior notes. But now they're carrying it looks like they're carrying the accrued cash interest expense on the 28s, 30s, and 31s and accrued liabilities. So they're basically just not paying their debt. $70, $75, $80. Under all of those, yeah, but that's where the support is. I guess the next one's like 55. Some of the 65-60 puts are getting bought back. There's still a lot of gamma at 50 to pin things. So that might be a consideration. Volstar is a Thursday night thing? No. We recorded it Monday, released it Tuesday, and then released the video today. Usually we record a day earlier, but so it's usually audio. Audio is released Monday morning. It's on Spotify. It's on Spotify and Apple and then usually it's like Monday and then the video is like Tuesday or Wednesday. We try to do it in like audio's out in 12 hours, video's out in 24. High Gamma Strike. When Greenland invasion? I don't know. I don't think we're gonna invade Greenland. That would be immensely stupid. Unless Trump's gonna finally admit that he's best friends with Putin. This admin strikes you as super duper smart. No, not at all. But the market will crash if we go to war with Europe. So Gert called out Micron in one of the first episodes. I went back to confirm so I could hurt from the missed gains. I did. I did, in fact. I called out Micron on the weekend stream, too. Like a while back. The downside is the dollar would also crash. Yeah, which means my yen would be worth so much money. Do you have more yen than dollary dues? I don't have any comment on that question. I convert my paycheck to yen if you want it to look bigger. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. It's like shaving your nether regions, right? Again, upside down. I was wondering where you were, Pterodactyl. Why do you have blisters and swelling? What the fuck, man? Did earlier comment? Do you have more yen than dollary dues? Huh? Oh, I forgot about Trump. Wait, did you see the things I said about Carvana popcorn? Wait, the only thing I see live right now is Levitt. Mm.
Do I? I do not. Someone else may, but I'm not planning on it.
You can leave it on mute if you want to. No thanks.
So your venue of the person there will be fine.
We're back at support at 70.
That's CNN's position. If they come, all this stuff will be removed, but that will not be our problem. If they come, their job is to shoot their correspondent. No. No. Yes. Is this your first time? It's been like this for 6 months. It's very tight. Hi, how are you? You okay? Jack, it might be best.
Sec.
I would suggest that. Good. What is your plan, my friend? Where are you going to stay? Trying to give everybody an opportunity. We're all trying to work. Hey, Victor, who's pool today? Put that on silent too.
Uh, Venezuela needs puppets? Oh. Yeah. I don't know what she is, but yeah, they probably do. I want to hear your commentary in a vacuum. Yeah, sure. We need a big oil to come in with risk of big boo boo. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Trump saved my 6900s. Maybe. Are they going to declare martial law in Minneapolis illegally? Probably. If the Constitution says they can't do it, they're going to try. After 72 trades, I'm up $0 on the day with an exclamation point. Nice. Congratulations. Hmm. Oh shit, did they start? Welcome back, BWATs. It's like some sort of pre-briefing. I don't even know what's going on here. Calls time? Hmm. I don't know. There's a lot of put spot here. There's still calls at 70, but the 75-80 calls have broken down. 65-60 are mostly sold calls still. Those that didn't squeeze out earlier. There's some sold put support down at 55. I guess if bulls keep retreating on the call position, then we can fail a little. There's still two gaps on ES at 78 and 80. Oh, are there? I don't see any gaps on ES. Yeah, I don't see any. Not even on the 1 minute. Who brings a baby to a White House briefing? Are the same kind of people that would bring a baby to a bar.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. A packed room today. Thank you all for coming. President Trump is making America affordable again through his proven economic formula of powerful tariffs, fair trade deals, massive middle-class tax cuts, energy dominance, and aggressive deregulation. The overwhelmingly positive economic data released this week underscores the significant progress the president has already delivered. Tuesday's CPI report marked the latest confirmation that President Trump has defeated Joe Biden's inflation crisis. Since President Trump took office, core CPI has increased at just a 2.4% annualized rate, substantially lower than the 3.3% annual rate inherited from the Biden administration last January. Importantly, as inflation cools, Americans' wages are rising, giving the American people more purchasing power. And with what is likely going to be a record-breaking tax,
I love how they come out and declare victory on shit that they haven't done anything about.
Will be reaping the rewards of the massive tax cuts that were signed into law by the president. Thanks to President Trump's signing of no tax on tips, overtime, Social Security, boosting the child tax credit, and locking in the 2017 Trump tax cuts, independent estimates project the average American tax filer could expect up to an extra $1,000 bump to their tax refund next year. This is going to be a helpful boost to working families who are making ends meet. On the energy front, the national average price for a gallon of regular gas this week fell to its lowest level in 5 years, thanks to President Trump's drill baby drill agenda. According to Gas Buddy, the average price for regular gas on Monday was below $3 per gallon in 43 states, below $2.75 per gallon in 30 states, and at or below $2.50 per gallon in 17 states. In fact, gas prices were below $2 a gallon at stations in at least 19 states. Don't forget, this was unheard of just a couple of short years ago. Overall, drivers are projected to spend $11 billion less at the gas pump this year than they did last year, resulting in hundreds of dollars in critical savings for the average American family. We're also seeing the housing market rebound as borrowing costs ease and income growth outpaces home price gains. According to a new report also released this week from the National Association of Realtors, existing home sales in December rose to their fastest pace in 3 years. To further improve housing affordability, President Trump has recently announced and directed Fannie and Freddie to purchase $200 billion worth of mortgage bonds. As a result of these actions, mortgage rates have fallen to their lowest level in years. As of last Friday, rates for the average 30-year mortgage are down more than 1 full percentage point. Because of these significant declines, monthly housing payments are now at their lowest level in 2 years, and we expect this decrease to continue. As someone who was enormously successful in real estate, President Trump understands that owning a home is about more than just having a physical asset. It's about empowering young people to stake their claim in the American dream. It's about giving newlyweds a place to make their own and start a family. It's about promoting the spirit of hard work, determination, and yes, the rugged individualism that has made America the greatest country in the history of the world. President Trump knows America is strongest when it's a nation of owners, not renters, and he is determined to unlock that opportunity for as many Americans as possible. That's why he will outline additional housing initiatives during his major speech in Davos next week, and we look forward to seeing many of you there. Finally, this morning, President Trump unveiled a healthcare plan for America called the Great Healthcare Plan. A video message detailing his solutions to lower costs for all Americans and significantly improve our healthcare system. The Great Healthcare Plan will accomplish this through 4 common sense pillars. Number 1, permanently lowering prescription drug prices. Congress can get this done by codifying President Trump's historic Most Favored Nation initiatives into law to guarantee Americans the same low prices for prescription drugs that people in other countries around the world pay. Additionally, by increasing consumer choice by making more verified, safe pharmaceutical drugs available for over-the-counter purchases. Number 2, the Great Healthcare Plan will stop sending big insurance companies billions in extra taxpayer-funded subsidy payments and instead send that money directly to eligible Americans to allow them to buy the health insurance of their choice. Additionally, by funding a cost-sharing reduction program for healthcare plans and ending kickbacks from pharmacy benefit managers to large brokerage middlemen. Number 3, the Great Healthcare Plan will maximize price transparency by requiring any healthcare provider or insurer who accepts either Medicare or Medicaid to publicly and prominently post their pricing and fees to avoid surprise medical bills. This is an incredibly popular policy that has been bipartisan for many years, and President Trump is officially and firmly calling
That's not a plan. No shit.
Number 4, holds big insurance companies accountable by requiring them to publish rate and coverage comparisons up front on their websites in plain English so consumers and everyday Americans can make the best purchasing decisions for them and their families. These are common sense actions that make up President Trump's Great Healthcare Plan, and they represent the most comprehensive and bold agenda to lower healthcare costs to have ever been considered by the federal government. Congress should immediately take up President Trump's plan and pass it into law. For Americans watching at home, you can visit greathealthcare.gov right now for more information on the Great Healthcare Plan. And with that, we will open it up to questions. In our new media seat today, we have a familiar face, Riley Gaines. I'm surprised it took us a year to get you here, but I'm very happy to see you. I know you have a new podcast, The Riley Gaines Show. And so thank you. And you brought a beautiful baby and your lovely husband, too. So thank you so much for joining. And why don't you kick us off?
Absolutely. Well, thank you. First and foremost, congratulations to you. Being a girl mom will change your life in the best way possible. So excited you get to shop all the pink and the frilly and the bows. I was in Washington, D.C. earlier this week for the Supreme Court case. There were 2
These people are so vile. Yeah, I know.
Sex-based rights, and if it's constitutional for states to pass laws that ultimately protect those rights for women. If the Supreme Court rules as anticipated in favor of maintaining these sex-based rights, is the administration prepared to take action against the states? I believe at this point it's 23 states that don't have those protections for women?
Absolutely. And as you know, Riley, The administration already has done so. We've taken action in a number of fronts against these states who are failing to uphold the president's executive orders and this administration's policy of simply protecting women in women's sports and in women's private spaces. We've gone to the mat with large universities in this country as well to try to fight for what's fair and what's just for women and girls across the country. So I know you were at the arguments. I listened to them myself as a woman and as a former athlete, and I think the president speaks on common sense on this issue, that women's sports and private spaces should be protected, and that there are two genders, there are two sexes. That is not something we should be afraid to say in this country. And I think, frankly, it was quite alarming to not only hear a couple of justices gravel over that basic, fundamental, biological fact that men and women are different but inherently equal, but we are certainly different, and women deserve such rights. We hope and expect that the Supreme Court will rule in the right way on this matter. Thank you. Gabe.
Caroline, thank you very much. A lot to talk about.
Sure. Isn't there always a lot
Always
to talk
a lot
about?
to talk about. What can you share about the president's meeting with Maria Corina Machado? Is it underway? What can you share about that? And then also, the president said yesterday that Delcy Rodriguez was, quote, a terrific person. Does the president trust the remaining members of the Maduro regime?
I will say, to your first question, the meeting was about to begin as I was stepping out of the Oval Office moments ago, so my understanding is that it's underway right now. I know the president was looking forward to this meeting, and he's was expecting it to be a good and positive discussion with Ms. Machado, who is really a remarkable and brave voice for many of the people of Venezuela. So the president looks forward to obviously talking to her about the realities on the ground in the country and what is taking place. As for Ms. Rodriguez, the president did speak with her directly this week. As you know, he revealed that to all of you yesterday. And Secretary Rubio and the administration have been in constant communication with Ms. Rodriguez and other members of the interim government in Venezuela. They have been extremely cooperative. They have thus far met all of the demands and requests of the United States and of the president. And I think you have all seen that play out. We obviously had a $500 million energy deal that was struck in large part because of the cooperation from Ms. Rodriguez. Venezuela and Ms. Rodriguez have also confirmed that they will be releasing political prisoners from Venezuela. There were 5 Americans who were recently released this week as well. So the president likes what he's seeing and will expect that cooperation to continue.
And regarding the investigation into the leak that the president referenced yesterday, what is the administration's position on the Washington Post reporter? The Post has reported that she was told that she is not a target of the investigation. Does the administration believe she did anything wrong? And then also, what is the administration's position on the Pentagon Papers case from the 1970s that affirmed reporters' right to publish classified information under certain circumstances?
Well, since this is an active investigation, I don't want to comment on it much more than what we did yesterday to obviously confirm the investigation, and I can confirm what the Attorney General stated and the President as well, which is that the individual, unfortunately a contractor at the Pentagon, chose to unlawfully leak classified and very serious information to this Washington Post reporter. Hence why the reporter's home was looked into by the FBI, rightfully so. And the administration is not going to tolerate leaks, especially from within the national security apparatus of the United States government, that put our nation's integrity and our national security at risk. Full stop. The president will not support that. I know the Secretary of War will not support that, and it will not stand. And legal action will be taken against anyone, whether it's a member of the press or whether it's an employee for a federal agency who breaks the law. If you break the law and if you endanger our men and women in uniform, you are going to be held accountable, period, full stop.
But
Jackie.
Does this administration believe that this reporter or any reporter has a right to publish classified information under certain circumstances?
Look, I think that we do not believe that individuals who have been given the privilege of holding a top secret clearance should be illegally leaking that classified information, and I know the American people agree with that.
Like Hegseth?
I think it's a basic tenet of journalistic integrity not to publish information that could directly endanger the operational security or the brave men and women who are serving this country in uniform and putting themselves in harm's way to protect not just the people of this administration, but all of you in the press and all of their fellow Americans as well. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to get the White House reaction to Iranian state TV broadcasting an implicit threat to the president's life. It was images of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, according to reports, with the message, "This time it will not go wrong."
I have not seen that, to be honest with you, Jackie. We'll take a look, and I'll let the president and his national security team examine that footage to ensure its legitimacy. Again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. What I will say with respect to Iran is that the president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And the president received a message, as he revealed to all of you and the whole world yesterday, that the killing and the executions will stop. And the president understands today that 800 executions that were scheduled and supposed to take place yesterday were halted. And so the president and his team are closely monitoring this situation, and all options remain on the table for the president.
Netanyahu encouraged him against strikes.
Look, it's true that President spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but I would never detail
No worries,
details
man.
about their conversation without giving the expressed approval by the president himself. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline. Is it still the president's assessment that it would be very hard for Ms. Machado to leave Venezuela because he says she lacks the respect and support in that country? And will he raise that with her today?
I think the president's assessment that you just pointed out was based on realities on the ground. It was a realistic assessment based on what the president was reading and hearing from his advisors and national security team. And at this moment in time, his opinion on that matter has not changed.
He has also said that he would like there to be elections in Venezuela when the time is right.
That's right.
Do you have any update on when that might be? And is he committed to a transition to democracy for Venezuela?
Yes, and he is also committed to hopefully seeing elections in Venezuela one day, but I don't have an updated timetable for you today. Reagan in the back.
Thanks, Caroline. I have a question for you on Minnesota and then also Venezuela.
Sure.
President Trump threatened invoking the Insurrection Act today in a Truth Social post. I'm wondering what his tipping point is. Like, what would it take for him to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Look, that's only a question, frankly, Reagan, the president can answer. But the Insurrection Act is a tool at the president's disposal. As you know, it has been used sparingly, but it has been used by previous presidents in American history. And I think the president's Truth Social post spoke very loud and clear to Democrats across this country, elected officials who are using their platforms to encourage violence against federal law enforcement officers, who are encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct legitimate law enforcement operations. And if you talk to any law enforcement officer, no matter what level they work at, they want to be working with their counterparts, whether that's at the federal level or the federal authorities wanting to work with their counterparts at the state and local level.
Goddamn
And it's
Antifa
truly
moms.
Shameful that now for more than a year, you've had elected Democrat governors and mayors who have basically held their state and local law enforcement hostage and told them, you cannot cooperate with federal law enforcement. Why? They cooperated under the Biden administration. It's because these Democrats are deranged in their hatred for President Trump, and they are holding their state and local law enforcement hostage as a result. And these Democrat mayors and governors are doing this over what? Over the lawful and legitimate law enforcement operations to remove violent criminals from the streets of Minnesota, from the streets of California, from the streets of New York, and from the streets of every state across this country. And you don't see these riots and this vandalism taking place in states like Florida. Why? Because you have a governor in that state who has empowered federal and local authorities to work together. And it's despicable what we're seeing from these Democrat politicians, especially in sanctuary states and cities across the country.
Yesterday, Caroline.
Go ahead, John.
Oh, thank you so much. My question is, President Trump has talked twice in recent days, once at the Kennedy Center and then to Reuters again last night about canceling the election. Why is he talking about this?
I believe you're referring to the president's interview at Reuters last night. I was in that interview. It was a closed-door interview. Obviously, there was not audio or video. The president was simply joking. He was saying, we're doing such a great job. We're doing everything the American people thought. Maybe we should just keep rolling. But he was speaking facetiously.
And then one
Random
more.
house
Caroline,
searches
the
without
Labour Secretary,
warrants.
She's under investigation. Has he spoken to her about this?
I don't know if the president has spoken directly to the secretary. If they have, I'm unfamiliar with that conversation, but I have spoken to the president about that report regarding the secretary. He's aware of the internal investigation, and he stands by the secretary, and he thinks that she's doing a tremendous job at the Department of Labor on behalf of American workers. PBS, go ahead.
You were mentioning a moment ago about working federal, state, local officials in Minneapolis. Governor Walz's office is saying today that he's trying to get a hold directly with the president. Have they spoken? And if they haven't, why haven't they spoken if there's the desire from Walz, as they're saying, to de-escalate what's happening there?
I'm not sure if that's a genuine offer to speak with the president. I was with the president about 30 minutes ago, and they hadn't spoken at that point. Look, the president is always willing to answer the
judicial
phone when people
warrants
pick
for
up
them
and call.
fucking
When there was
searching
another
people's
tragic shooting
houses.
many months ago in Governor Walz's state, he spoke directly with the governor.
They're doing it under
But I would ask
the
that governor
mandate of
stops
their
inciting the
enforcement
harassment
policy, but
and
that's
illegal
not legal.
obstruction of law enforcement in his state. All ICE and federal law enforcement are trying to do are remove people like this off of the streets of Governor Walz's city in Minneapolis and of his state in Minnesota. If you look at some of the individuals in this photo, these are all illegal alien criminals who came into our country under the previous administration.
What were they
This is
charged
some
with?
of the most disturbing crimes you will ever read about, and there's only a few reporters in this room who will actually talk about these individuals. This is all ICE is trying to do. They are trying to remove people like this from
It's like
Governor
15
Walz's state.
people.
And so yes, he should
I
pick
know.
up the phone, and he should say that he will
3,000
cooperate with
ICE
this
agents,
president
15
and with the federal
people.
government in making Minnesota safer, because that's all President Trump
That's
and his
correct.
administration want to do. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. The president says he wants money to go directly to Americans so they can buy their own insurance. How exactly would this work? And can the president assure Americans that this will be enough to cover their health care costs?
So this is the second principle in the president's health care plan, lowering insurance premiums specifically and ensuring that that money is going directly back to the American people and cutting the kickbacks that then raise those premiums. So this plan, once put into legislative text and passed by Congress and sent to the president's desk, will stop sending big insurance companies billions of an extra taxpayer-funded subsidy payments and instead send that money directly to eligible Americans to allow them to buy the health insurance of their choice through, you may have heard it be referred to as health savings accounts. Whether that ends up being the actual name of such accounts, we'll have to see. Again, Congress and the White House are going to work together to put this plan into action. And then secondly, the Great Healthcare Plan will fund a cost-sharing reduction program for healthcare plans, which will save taxpayers at least $36 billion and reduce the most common Obamacare plan premiums by over 10%, and that's according to the Congressional Budget Office.
But 20 million Americans in recent weeks have seen their health care costs soar. Can he assure them that if this plan is put in place, that they will be able to cover those costs?
If this plan is put in place, every single American who has health care in the United States will see lower costs as a result. They will see more transparency. All of these proposals that are within the Great Healthcare Plan are incredibly popular with the American people, and they will impact everyone, not just a small fraction of those who are within the healthcare marketplace, but every single American will continue to see their costs go down. And I will note that they already are with respect to prescription drug prices. When you look at what the president has done with most favored nations, you've seen these big pharmaceutical companies in the Oval Office saying that this president and his team were nonstop, around the clock, pressuring us and negotiating with us to lower the cost of prescription drugs for Americans. And we are already seeing that to the tune, in some cases, of more than 500%. And that Trump RX website is something that the administration will be formally launching very soon, so Americans will have access to those lower costs of drugs. Josh.
Thank you. The president has called on credit card companies to lower the cap rate to 10% effective the 20th next week. If they don't do that, what's his what'll he do? What's the threat?
Well, tariffs? No, I'm just kidding. The president certainly has an expectation, Josh, that the credit card companies will do this, just as he did with the pharmaceutical companies, that they will lower costs for American consumers. I don't have a specific consequence to outline for you, but certainly this is an expectation and, frankly, a demand that the president has made.
Can you give us an update on the Fed? Sorry. There was some reporting from, I think, Fox Business that Rick Reeder had an interview this week scheduled. The president's indicated he's already made a selection, or at least he's settling on someone. Where is he in that process, and when can we expect an announcement? Is he still doing interviews?
Look, the president is in the same place as you all have been asking about this for many, many weeks. He's in a decision-making phase. There are a few people who he likes very much for this job, maybe less than that. The truth is, like with all decisions, it's a decision for the president to make. And he said to Reuters in that interview last night that he thinks he'll be finally making that decision in the next couple of weeks. So we will see.
And very quickly, there's been some criticism from other governments about Grok and XAI, the Twitter AI bot, and things it's been doing to manipulate images, including whether that would violate the Take It Down Act that the First Lady has supported. We've not heard from this administration on it. Elon Musk says that they've disabled that, but I wanted to ask you whether the administration has a position and whether that's something that you will be pursuing, or whether the president has talked to Mr. Musk about that.
Yes, I will talk to the Office of Science and Technology, and we will get you a firm statement and answer on exactly where the administration stands. I don't want to speak on that without speaking with the experts on it. Yes.
Just to follow up on the health care plan, one of the things in the Affordable Care Act was coverage of pre-existing conditions. Is there any discussion or inclusion on that issue in the president's plan?
The president's plan that he outlined today will have no impact on individuals in this country with pre-existing conditions. Obviously, that's a continued conversation that the White House will have with Congress, but that's not the president's intention with the great health care plan. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. 2 questions on Minneapolis.
And then you. Go ahead.
Thanks. 2 questions on Minneapolis, one on the ICE agent, the other on the rioting. I believe last night there were protesters or rioters that rifled through an FBI car, took weapons. We had a reporter embedded with ICE who said that she saw constant harassment all evening. Can you speak to the rhetoric we're hearing from Democrat politicians, whether they are causing violence against ICE, as well as some of the headlines we've seen not including the full story?
Yeah, I mean, to your first point, I think I've addressed that these Democrat governors and mayors in not just Minnesota, but in states across the country are essentially, they've referred to ICE agents who, again, are brave men and women. And I would encourage everyone in this room, and I would encourage Governor Walz and other Democrats who are demeaning law enforcement to sit down and have a cup of coffee with an ICE agent or a Border Patrol agent. These are great, patriotic men and women who have families, who put on the uniform every day and are following our nation's immigration laws at the direction of their bosses and again, at the direction of the law. They are simply trying to enforce the law. And the Democrat Party has demeaned these individuals. They've even referred to them as Nazis and as the Gestapo. And that is absolutely leading to the violence we're seeing in the streets. If you look at some of the images out of Minneapolis last night, look at this vehicle. Look at what it says. It says F ICE. You have these individuals who are putting their middle finger, proudly so, at the camera. Another ICE individual, a vehicle that was vandalized last night by these left-wing agitators. People don't do this without encouragement from people in power who make them feel like it's okay. Here's another one. And I'm pretty sure this car, you can't see it, said the best agent is a dead agent or something to that effect. This is despicable rhetoric that we're seeing, and the media is absolutely complicit in this violence because if you
like
look at
Jan
the headlines
6th,
from CNN,
yeah.
Protests
No, that was a
after
peaceful
federal agent
protest.
shoots man in Minneapolis. That is not the story.
With
That
bombs.
is not the truth. If you actually
But it's
want to know
okay.
the truth, you can look at
Biden's
what the Department of
FBI
Homeland Security released,
planted
which is
the
that
bombs
this
while
ICE
Trump
agent
was
is
president,
executing
if you
a
can believe
targeted
that shit.
operation against a Venezuelan illegal alien who was unlawfully present in the country, who fled by car and then fled by foot. And when this ICE agent tried to detain the individual, 3 more of his comrades came rushing out of a house and started ambushing and attacking the ICE agent. They used a shovel or a broom to smash his face in. And so yes, that agent had to use self-defense and take up his weapon to protect his own life. That is what's happening on the streets of Minneapolis. That's what's happening on the streets, unfortunately, of these Democrat-run cities and states where you have elected officials who are encouraging such violence against our brave men and women in law enforcement.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. First, a follow-up on one of my colleagues who asked you about the president's interview with Reuters. You said that he was joking about canceling the elections, but Americans for generations have fought and died for democracy, for this democracy. Are you saying that the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
Andrew, were you in the room? No, you weren't. I was in the room. I heard the conversation. and only someone like you would take that so seriously and pose it as a question in that way. Phil,
Caroline,
go
next
ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Senator Elizabeth Warren said that the president called her earlier this week to discuss caps on credit card interest rates. I'm curious, would the president work with her and other Democrats in Congress on a legislative fix to this issue?
I think the president would work in good faith with anyone in Congress for a good legislative fix that would benefit the American people. And that's precisely why he called Senator Warren earlier this week on that matter.
Thanks, Caroline. Earlier, you were just defending ICE agents generally, and earlier on, Secretary Noem spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly. 32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE, and Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent. How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking me my opinion? Because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed her unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question. And
It's like
you,
fucking
and the
children.
people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals and make our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view and have a biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist. Kelly.
Two quick questions on Iran.
They do this every time. Someone asks a real question, lash out angrily. Well, yeah, because they don't have any actual answer.
The Gulf states that convinced him not to do that, as some of the region there have said.
Well, look, Kelly, I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about what the president is going to do at any given moment or any given night. And I would say a lot of these stories, to be honest with you, I've been reading them, and they have been based on anonymous sources who are pretending or guessing to know the president's thinking. The truth is, only President Trump knows what he's going to do, and a very, very small team of advisors are read into his thinking on that. And as I just told you, he continues to closely monitor the situation on the ground in Iran. And as we saw yesterday, he had heard that the killings and executions would stop. And we have seen 800 people, their lives have been spared as a result of that. The president continues to closely monitor, but also keep all of his options on the table.
Caroline, two separate questions.
Sure.
On the Machado meeting first, what is it that the president feels that he needs to hear from her or from the opposition party that he hadn't heard prior to today or he wanted to hear in the meeting to be able to convince him to commit to some sort of a timeline for elections?
I'm not sure the president is going into such the meeting with expectations like you just laid out, Fran. I don't think he needs to hear anything from Ms. Machado. I think generally this is a meeting that the president was willing to take and willing to accept to meet Ms. Machado in person and to just have a frank and positive discussion about what's taking place in Venezuela. That's all.
On the subject of Greenland, Jeff Landry, the president's special envoy for Greenland, wasn't in the White House meeting yesterday. Can you say why that was and what exactly the role he is playing in these conversations about acquiring Greenland?
Well, the Vice President and the Secretary of State were present for that meeting, and the meeting, it was a productive meeting. It was a good meeting, and in that meeting, the two sides agreed to really establish a working group of individuals who will continue to have technical talks on the acquisition of Greenland. Those talks will take place, I'm told, every 2 to 3 weeks, so this is a conversation the administration intends to keep having with the Danes and with the respected delegation from Greenland. But the president has made his priority quite clear. He wants the United States to acquire Greenland. He thinks it's in our best national security to do that.
There have been multiple instances of American citizens being detained by ICE, and I'm wondering what the administration is asking the agency to do, or what steps is the administration asking the agency to take to ensure that Americans are not wrongly arrested?
Obviously, ICE is focused on detaining individuals who are unlawfully present in the country. And there have been hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens who have been arrested and detained and deported from this country by ICE over the course of the last year. And that's their intention, and that is their goal.
Elizabeth. Thank you, Caroline. One follow-up on Greenland. Europe reportedly sent troops over there. Does that change at all what the president is doing on this? And then a second question. Yesterday, in a Senate help hearing, Senator Josh Hawley repeatedly asked a doctor if men can get pregnant, and she did not directly answer that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, to your first question on Greenland, I don't think troops in Europe impact the president's decision-making process, nor does it impact his goal of the acquisition of Greenland at all. To your second question, I mean, anyone in their right mind with common sense who's speaking honestly and candidly will say that men cannot get pregnant. And I think I can attest to that myself. So thank you all very much.
What a fucking another useless speech. I can't decide if this is Bob or Poopy. It's one of the two. Asking questions about what the president needs to hear to allow Venezuela to run their own country again based on his unauthorized abduction of their president. Yep. We're all doomed. Yeah, probably. No one cares about your viewpoint. Watching the foundation of our country crumble is quite sad, but it's definitely going to go down in the history books. But who gets to write those anyway? Well, the people who win. Those dudes still licking boots. Yeah. Silver's up $6 off its lows. Crazy. Bounce back. Fubo's doing a thing. Nice. How do you keep yourself from over trading chop? Oh, I just don't trade it. It's shockingly easy, actually. Why Fubo up? Well, it started bouncing like a few days ago. We talked about this like extensively on the stream. How's Nuke doing? He's doing alright. He's been in the process of moving for like a while now, so I think that's been like a little bit stressful to say the least. Loving GS for Scalp and Spy. Thanks, man. I'm glad you like it. What's up, Popcorn? When? I don't know. When someone says something bad enough to break shit. Ooh, GF test. Yeah. But also support here. There's like a bunch of sold puts at 60 and 55. Or 60 and, well, 60, 65. Bunch more down at like 45. 1,500 sold puts went in the money at 70, which makes that seem kind of mean reverting. I guess if we retested 70 and then failed, we could fall back towards 50. Most of the interest on like tomorrow's expiry is around 69.50. So there's a slight like pinning effect there, but yeah, we still need to fall more to get into it. And this is still a higher low than earlier in the day. Give me a minute, I'll be right back. Well, look at that shit. Huh. All right. Well, that's cool. Hey, man. Whew, I am cold. Fuck. Circle trading like the value of their collateral is about to implode. Yeah. I see you got your 50 test. As a matter of fact, looks like we're going to fill the downside gap. Was there some news while I was gone? Are they rescheduled PCE for March 13th? And then personal income's rescheduled for April 9th? Dude, they are fucking cooking the books so hard. All right, what did the Fed chairs say? They're fucking big sads. Paulson said labor's higher risk than inflation. Paulson's an idiot. Trump's still planning to go to China in April. Or even release the data at that point? Oh, just to say they did. I mean, international banking standards. What's the 10x 15 minutes X replay? We're not looking great for a bounce here. There's a bunch of bot puts. Like 50, 45, 40. Interesting that we slipped 50. 50's got a pinning effect, so I don't know. I might sell a butterfly there. Actually, right now. While it's still up. I guess we could see what happens. Kind of slid through GN without a bounce, though, which is interesting. Hmm. Still buying puts at 45.50. We have end of month settlement in the morning. Downside was going to be met with call selling and put buying. That's true. Well, that was true with last night's pricing before this morning's move up, but now there's sold puts at spot. So we're not in an environment where we opened in that range. Bags left at the top? No. Maybe a little bit at 45, but maybe a little at 50. There's like 500 calls that got kind of abandoned up at 55. I don't think any of those are being bought right now. There's been short puts bought back at 45, 50, and 55. But there's still some selling going on like the 20 and like the 30 and the 45 strikes. And we just got some bot calls 45, 50. Quite a bit of bot calls at 50 just now. So I think they're gonna try to bounce this here if they can. We got like 20 minutes. Let me know the SPX price in April. 63.80. What day in April? Okay, 63.80. Can we mark that somehow? I'm just making shit up. That's not a real number. Right numbers, wrong order. 86.30. We can't go up anymore. Haven't you guys realized that we've been trading in the same fucking range since October? Nothing's happened. There's no more money. Everything's like already as bullish. They're gonna rotate out of tech into other shit, then the market just stays flat. Other like equities will go up, but the index doesn't do anything. They can print more. No, they can't. Because then inflation goes up, and then yields go up. They can't let yields go up. Stop. You sound like Jay Fresh. There's some things we agree on. until AI to rotate it again, at which point it misunderstands. The market goes to 1200 before crashing to 3000. I just want to know what happens when the US refinances all its debt this year. Because I don't think it's going to be pretty. Ooh, I'm gonna lose 40? If we are, I need to cut this fucking short put. Hmm. GMW has been a bear for bulls to get back over. Yeah, it's difficult, but it's also like an accelerant if they do. Where they got hammered earlier is a little bit bearish. Another red day for me. I'm sorry to hear that, man. What does the 10-year hit if we invade Greenland? Hmm. I mean, that's like, that's basically like World War III, right? So, I don't know. Probably, given where the current yields are, I would say that it would move up exponentially. I don't know. I remember when like World War II started, yields like doubled, basically. What does it hit if we just buy Greenland? Probably the same thing, honestly. Actually, buying it might be worse. That's the thing about world wars, is someone's always fighting their allies. Stalin and Hitler were real cool over Poland. I made $20 on Visa 1 DTE 30 Cs. Congratulations. Can't wait for the end of day wrap up. Oh, you mean where I brag about how the market did nothing all day? I mean, actually, this is kind of neat. At least we pinned back to 50 where I said we would be. The reaction this morning to Trump saying I'm not going to fire JPAT when he actually fucking can't is ridiculous. So proud of myself. All right. Well, we kind of ran into the problem to the upside that I thought we would with this morning's move up. Again, on ridiculous news that Trump was not going to fire J-Pow, even though he has zero ability or capacity to do that. We still rallied on that news. But honestly, I think bulls just wanted an excuse to sell some vol, and they got it. Obviously, volatility premiums are very high. However, once we pushed up to the upside, those calls, which really haven't priced down, also got expensive, and those started to get really heavily sold. And then, less positive news with the Fed speakers into the end of the day saw us drag down a little bit, closing just a hair under gamma neutral on the weekly. That's actually bearish. We did fill the upside gap though. That's cleared out. And ultimately, the bounce off of gamma neutral on the monthly led to us mean reverting back to gamma neutral on the weekly. And so this is actually a fairly reset position for us to end the week at. Going into Friday, I mean, we're kind of at neutral on the chain, especially for tomorrow's AM expiry options, significant number of which are at 69.50. And then we'll see what the effect of that is once the morning expiry is passed. Remember, those continue to trade all night, so settlement is not yet finalized, and we may see kind of some crazy price action on ES in the overnight. But for now, we've fallen back under 66 or 69.94. And the next downside test would be around 69.66, which is pretty close to the 69.63 level. Moving back to the upside, I think it's a pretty bad signal that we failed to get a full reversal here and then ultimately drop back below the prior week's close. And I think that does lend some credence to a retest of this little trend guy right here, and continued downside. So I think I'd be looking out towards 69.36 for like a retest double bottom, or maybe a continuation of this failure trend at 69.63 test. Usually when you get bearish consolidation like this, you're kind of looking at that, right? And then that would retest and then fail. So it's like you have the bigger picture one, and then smaller, and then that would retest up here, and then continued failure would come after that retest, especially with support found here earlier today. So we definitely didn't close at our lows for the session. However, if we did fail that level like 69.75 in the overnight, then this is just a straight failure, and that definitely opens up the opportunity to retest kind of in this like 69.17, 69.36 range to the downside. Obviously, we got a pretty big like 2.6 standard deviation move to the upside into market open, and then that kind of mean reverted back to zero by the end of the day. But the trend there, the momentum on the trend, how should I put that, is failing. So I mean, pooties and tooties kind of giving us a little bit of a pooty signal. Continuing failure. Oh, Blanca. Yields moving up across the curve after coming down yesterday. The 2s and 5s selling off pretty hard, actually. And so I'm kind of interested to see what SOFR looks like. But dollar rallying back up after a slight pullback yesterday, up 33 points. USD JPY up, Euro pound down against the dollar. Silver managed to snap back most of its overnight drop, where it was it was down pretty significantly. I think like $8. And gold, still holding steady above 4,600. Oil taking the biggest hit today for commodities, dropping 5% back to 58.86 a barrel. So commodities down a bit on the day. I mean, too big of a loss in oil. We saw correlation turn around really hard into the market open, but then started to break down again into end of day. And then we have like a little bit of a higher low here on near term correlation on the 1 month. Let's see if we start seeing that push up. I think it's kind of interesting that yesterday the move was realized in both. Oh shit, Jay Cleasy, thank you so much, man. Welcome everybody, literally, in the channel to Cornishon. Give Cleasy a shout out for hooking you up. Enjoy your Dillionaire coupons. Over here on Move, still nothing in bond volatility. Actually fell more this week. I think just the realization that nothing's really moving. Carry trade leverage picked up a tiny bit today, but still below the all-time high. Leverage on the short end of the trade still rising, consistently rising through this period. And forward yield on volatility turning back down negative 13.74%. And the 10-2 at 4.26, starting to dip a little close to negative there. Over here, silver haircut dropping to negative 0.52%. I kind of said yesterday that it looked like the silver rally was ending. Well, it did in a really epic fashion overnight. But now it's kind of starting to get a little overextended to the downside. So we'll keep an eye on that as the P&L on the carry increases. These seem to be fairly highly correlated, at least, and especially if the cumulative margin continues to decline. And this has been like predominantly during the silver rally, and that's why I've been paying attention to this, because it seems to be very tightly correlated. As silver prices increase, we're seeing a higher cumulative cost to carry. And that's making the overall trade more sensitive to silver. Yeah, this is 10x leverage on the carry. Well, 10.05x. Yep, 10-1. All time highs, higher than it's ever been in the history, in any time in history. But it's all at the top end, right? The leverage on the bottom end is still fairly low, 6.93x. So definitely not nearly as high, and not as high as it was but it's climbing back up, because leverage is getting maxed out up here. So now this is starting to push up like fairly consistently if we pull back a little further. Since September OPEX, this has just been kind of climbing up. Obviously not at the same rate. But now I think that leverage is kind of maxed out on the top end. We're going to see more demand on the bottom. And the last time we saw a bunch of demand on the bottom, when it was up at 8.5x, that was like August 2024. And then when they hiked rates, fucking, the market tanked. Give me one. Sorry. All right. So, yeah, I don't know. Just something I've been watching. It seems to be tracking silver prices pretty closely. Kind of the same for gold. I can kind of hot swap the two precious metals out, but it's been fun to watch. Skew up. Looks like 20-day movers picked up yesterday, a little bit. Still a little overextended, and breadth not very stable here. I would expect that we need to see some of this pullback, but today's move higher led by Dow and Russell, so maybe some improvement with breadth there. People buying up, things that suck. Chances for a Fed cut falling in June, a few points. The rest of that pretty much unchanged. The 10-2 continuing to drift down towards 60. And looks like the SOFR IORB spread loosened a little, so a point below. Maybe we don't see too much tightness. Correlation between VX cash VIX picked up slightly today, so some long vol demand exceeding the short vol positioning, and that's probably why we dropped into end of day, and then that spike of vol into end of day could perpetuate into tomorrow if we're starting to see like a substantiated turnaround in correlation here. Obviously this is just one day still, and usually a couple days of turnaround is better. Also, I mean, it's not the most reliable signal in the world. Like the last time we got a bump in correlation, we got like one day where vol was up, and it wasn't even up much. It was just like a tiny bit. So we'll keep an eye on that, though. It's fun to watch. Leverage picking up, market flat. Possibly put leverage. We'll find out tonight. Looks like volume was up. Decent amount, slightly above 50% on the buy side. And then let's see, Lilly and AbbVie, some of health big losers today with Trump's new quote unquote health plan. So pharmaceutical companies not really enjoying that. However, health services, nice bump. This is the sector we were talking about watching for big moves this week. Looks like CI, ELV, Humana, Centene, all running. Even UNH and HCA, although not benefiting quite as much. And then lastly, we'll take a look out here. Now, I think today's, hold on, I got that a little bit off. There we go. Today's price action, we tested the top of the trend again, and it looks like we rejected fully off of it, falling back through the lower part of the trend. This is a fairly long-term wedge, and it's really starting to like kind of peak here. So we're either gonna, break up or continue down. And right now the bias is bearish. Closing under 69.45 is fairly important. Obviously, December high there. And then that opens up, moves down to levels that are slightly more important, like 68.82. And then, the 50-day moving average below that's around 68.25. So, we would watch a rejection for a failure to that point, and then we'd be looking at like, 67.20. Anything below 67.20 would be a full breakdown, and then we'd be looking much lower. More longer term trends beyond that. To the upside, we could break out of this. 69.86 at the all-time high right now is the initial target, but yeah, like out here, like I think by end of month, like my upside target would be about like on trend would be about 70.58. So yeah, I guess like a breakout to the upside could kind of trail out that way into end of month. But right now, yeah, the bias is a little bit bearish. This doesn't look super great. Chances of flat after the AM expiry contract, or AM contract expiry. I guess it depends where we open. I think if we open above 50 or 60, probably pretty flat. Are we gonna need to see what positioning's falling off exactly? But I would say below 50, probably. If we stay where we closed, bearish. Negative gamma again, right? So I think things are still really sensitive to like geopolitical news, and options are getting priced up because of that. So maybe if tomorrow's kind of devoid of any like announcements from the government, Because I don't think there's a ton of data tomorrow. What do we have? Yeah, we have industrial production in the pre-market, and then like NAHB housing index at 10. Trump's declaring, the war on home prices and inflation won, so I mean, I'm sure industrial production's gonna rocket to the moon, and everybody and their mother is buying a house at the exact same fucking interest rates we had at the end of last year. Or the end of 2024. But, hey, whatever. We'll see, right? Still have SLD. Thanks, Gherkin. You're the best. No problem, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.